Good morning. Hopefully, the training going well. Both the course contents and analytics also. The faculty for today's session is Sri Devendra Patel. He is currently posted in ISN Interstate, Deputy Director. He has also worked in BC District, rather than Karnataka. He is 2017 batch ESL officer. So he is quite experienced and he is one of the regular faculty in the movement. On this subject, and I hope you will be benefiting, taking full advantage of his knowledge and expertise. Over to you.
Thank you, sir.
From 1 PM we will be starting our director.
Okay, good morning everyone. So sorry for having this lecture on Saturday. So I think आप लोगों ने कुछ प्लान ऑन किया होगा घूमने का, but I think इस हफ्ते भी है आपका, नेक्स्ट हफ्ते भी सैटरडे को ही लेक्चर, नेक्स्ट वीक है सैटरडे को लेक्चर क्या? कोई बात नहीं, हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे इसको लंच के पहले खत्म करने का. So I think you have been all gone through the different aspect of project appraisal, like design and irrigation planning has also been completed. So this is purely theoretical because interstate matter is just related to like क्या allocated water है आपके पास में and उसको कैसे आप propose कर रहे हो इस project में utilize करने के लिए. तो just उसके बीच में balance बनाने को लेकर है. But it is one of the most important aspect of the project appraisal because even if you have properly designed, you have properly assessed your water requirement, project may not get implemented in the field because you have not properly addressed the interstate issues. So before going on the whole aspect of like how you have to prepare your DPR with respect to project appraisal, I just want to explain all the basics like what is an interstate issue, what is an interstate river, how dispute are being like arised in the different domain, and how all these issues are being addressed. So moving on. Yes, so we will first understand about the river basins in India, and thereafter what are the core triggers through which like interstate disputes arises, and there are several aspects. Basically इसको explain करने का main purpose यही है कि आपको ये understanding होनी चाहिए जब भी आप planning के लिए जाते हो आप किसी project को, तो उसमें mostly आपको ये लगता है कि कोई interstate issue नहीं है, river हमारे यहाँ flow हो रही है, I can propose a project and you just go with the design and all other aspect and you submit a DPR for appraisal. So but बहुत सारे ऐसे एस्पेक्ट होते हैं, बहुत छोटे छोटे एस्पेक्ट होते हैं उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट को प्रपोज करते टाइम. दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द प्लानिंग स्टेज ओनली बिकॉज you have to think all these aspects at planning stage. What is the current utilization you have in that particular river? What are the different other projects proposed in that river basin? If you are in upstream state, like if river is flowing through a different state and you are upstream state and you are proposing a project on upstream, what will the consequences of the downstream? So all these aspects you have to understand, and that is why just I want to explain you about all these basic concept, and thereafter we will understand how you have to prepare a DPR chapter for interstate. So yes, after core triggers, then we will understand water sharing principle, how the water is being divided. If at all the issue has been arised, how tribunal or how like within an agreement, how we have divided this water between the states. Like if a river, for example, a Narmada river is flowing through different states like MP, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan. So if a river particularly flows through 4 different states, how we are dividing the whole water of Narmada into different states. We will understand this aspect also, and at last we will understand why why we have the requirement for appraisal of these projects with respect to interstate. So yes, I think you have all seen this map. Like this is a. Before that, can you tell me how many of you have actually prepared a interstate chapter? Like, have you worked on a DPR preparation? Anyone? मतलब क्या बैकग्राउंड है आप लोगों का, मतलब किस किस चीज में आपने वर्क किया हुआ? आई कैन गो ऑन विद दैट ओनली. Like if have anyone of you like prepared any DPR of a particular project? No? आपने किया है? अच्छा, किस मतलब आप कहाँ से हैं? गुवाहाटी से. ओके, ठीक है. पीएनआई में अयोध्या के लिए. ओके 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 ओके, ठीक है. सो बेसिकली ये क्वेश्चन पूछने का एकमात्र पर्पज यही है कि क्या होता है कि सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन, सिंस ही हैव वर्कड इन सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन, सो हमारे पास डिफरेंट डायरेक्टरेट्स या डिफरेंट ऑफिसेस हैं जो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स पे वर्क कर रहे होते हैं एक पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट को. जब भी आपको एक प्रोजेक्ट प्लान करना होता है, so you have to think about all the aspects. Like suppose if you are proposing a project in Pune, so there is a Mula Mutha river, if I am not wrong. So this river is flowing through the Pune. अब अगर आपको यहाँ पे एक प्रोजेक्ट प्लान करना है, so you have to first assess what is the requirement. रिक्वायरमेंट आप असेस करोगे कि हाँ ठीक है, सपोज आपको इतने एरिया में इरिगेशन प्रोवाइड करना है, देन ड्रिंकिंग वाटर पुणे सिटी को प्रोवाइड करना है. ये असेसमेंट होने के बाद में आपको लोकेशन चाहिए, कहाँ पे लोकेशन आप बनाना चाहते हो. सपोज यू फाइंड आउट अ लोकेशन एंड देयर आफ्टर अब आपको ये भी चेक करना है कि एक्चुअली क्या पानी है वहां पे कि नहीं. इतना आपने रिक्वायरमेंट तो अपनी असेस कर ली कि ठीक है आपको इतनी रिक्वायर्ड है, बट क्या इतना पानी अवेलेबल है कि नहीं ये भी आपको टेस्ट करना है. अगर वो पानी अवेलेबिलिटी भी आपने टेस्ट कर ली, देन आएगा इंटरस्टेट एस्पेक्ट, क्या एक्चुअली में वो आपका पानी है कि नहीं. दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट. क्योंकि अगर आप सब कुछ टेस्ट कर ले, बेसिकली लास्ट में आप इसी को छोड़ते हो कि वो पानी एक्चुअली में आपका है कि नहीं, वो आप नहीं सोचते. क्योंकि आपके यहाँ से फ्लो हो रही है रिवर, यू अज्यूम दैट कि दिस इज ऑल योर वाटर, बट इट इज नॉट द केस. सो दैट इज वाई मैं जस्ट पूछ रहा था कि आपने अगर चैप्टर्स पे वर्क किया है तो ये सारे चैप्टर्स आप प्रिपेयर करते हो. लाइक डिजाइन का चैप्टर आप प्रिपेयर करते हो, डीपीआर का, इरिगेशन प्लानिंग आप प्रिपेयर करते हो, हाइड्रोलॉजी प्रिपेयर करते हो आप उसका, एंड सम पार्ट में अगर आपको और मॉडलिंग करने की रिक्वायरमेंट है लाइक डैम ब्रेक एनालिसिस भी आजकल इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया है कि आपको अपने प्रोजेक्ट में प्रपोज करना है. एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ द एस्पेक्ट, इंटरस्टेट चैप्टर आप प्रपोज करना होता है आपको. सो एनीवे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. आई थिंक आप डिजाइन और इरिगेशन प्लानिंग देख चुके हो, तो ये इस चैप्टर को हम लोग इसमें डिस्कस कर लेंगे. So here you can all see that the whole India is divided in 20 major river basin, and these river basin does not follow a political boundary. Like किसी स्टेट को नहीं फॉलो कर रहे हैं, डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में है. फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू कैन सी द गंगा रिवर बेसिन, yes, so this is the Ganga basin. Now Ganga basin is covering Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, then here in Rajasthan, MP, Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. So all of the states, like all these states are in Ganga basin, but this is a major basin. इसके अंदर भी आपको डिफरेंट रिवर्स मिलेंगी. लाइक यहाँ पे एक यमुना का सब बेसिन हो सकता है. इसके नीचे एमपी में अगर आएंगे, केन रिवर है, उसका एक अपना सब बेसिन है. बेतवा है, सोन रिवर है इस साइड यहाँ पे, जो कि छत्तीसगढ़ एमपी से निकलते हुए जाती है. And there are numerous rivers. So basically this all comes in a Ganga basin. Similarly बाकी रिवर बेसिन भी ऐसे ही हैं. So मेन पॉइंट ये है कि मे भी हो सकता हो कि कोई रिवर आपके स्टेट में ही फ्लो हो रही हो, एंड वो आपके स्टेट में स्टार्ट हो रही हो, आपके स्टेट में एंड हो रही हो, बट इट डजंट मीन कि वो एक इंटर स्टेट रिवर है. कि उसी मतलब बेसिकली पर्पज ये है इस चीज को एक्सप्लेन करने का कि वो किसी एक रिवर में जाके मिल रही होगी, देन वो फर्दर किसी और में, एंड देन वो किसी एक मेन रिवर में जाके मिल रही होगी. सो वो एक किसी ये ऑल जो पूरी बेसिन हैं किसी पॉलिटिकल बाउंड्री को नहीं फॉलो कर रही हैं. आपको इस चीज को ध्यान में रखना है कि मे बी अगर आप किसी एक छोटी रिवर पे भी प्लान कर रहे हैं प्रोजेक्ट, उसका इम्प्लीकेशंस किसी मेजर रिवर पे हो सकता है जो कि एक इंटरस्टेट रिवर हो सकती है। सो इसमें से जितने भी अराउंड 80% रिवर्स हैं वो इंटरस्टेट रिवर ही हैं। सो आप इस चीज को सोच सकते हैं कि हार्डली आपको 10% रिवर्स में नहीं मिलेंगी जो इंट्रास्टेट रिवर है जिसपे आप फ्री हैं अपने प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोज करने के लिए विदाउट हैविंग एनी लाइक इंटरस्टेट एस्पेक्ट। हार्डली 10 लाइक आप लिस्ट आउट कर सकते हो, इतने कम रिवर्स हैं। ये जस्ट डिस्क्रिप्शन है उन रिवर्स के एरिया का। इवन इफ बेसिन आपका बड़ा हो, जरूरी नहीं है कि उसमें वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी और सारी चीजें भी मतलब उसी अकॉर्डिंग हो। सो होता क्या है कि जो नॉर्दर्न इंडिया है हमारा, नॉर्दर्न इंडिया में बेसिकली जो रिवर्स हैं वो फेड होती हैं नॉन मानसून सीजन में ग्लेशियर से। सो उसमें कंटिन्यूअस फ्लो हमेशा मेंटेन रहता है, तो वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी जो है नॉर्दर्न इंडिया की कंपेटिवली बेटर है एज कम्पेयर टू सदर्न इंडिया। सदर्न इंडिया में ये चीज लाइक मानसून अच्छा है बट जो नॉन मानसून वाटर है वो कम है, ड्यू टू विच बहुत ही कंपटीशन स्टेट्स के बीच में इन रिवर्स के वाटर को लेकर। एंड जो मेजोरिटी ऑफ द डिस्प्यूट अराइज हुए हैं अब तक वो सदर्न इंडिया में ही हैं, लाइक एक्सेप्ट वन ट्रिब्यूनल, जो मैं आपको अभी एक्सप्लेन करूंगा ट्रिब्यूनल क्या होते हैं। सो एक्सेप्ट वन ट्रिब्यूनल, ऑल अदर ट्रिब्यूनल्स आर लाइक फॉर द सदर्न स्टेट ओनली। लाइक आपने सुना होगा कावेरी डिस्प्यूट, गोदावरी में है डिस्प्यूट, कृष्णा रिवर वाटर डिस्प्यूट, महादाई, वंशधारा, देयर आर न्यूमेरियस वाटर डिस्प्यूट बिकॉज बहुत ही कॉम्पिटिटिव है वहां पे चीजें। एंड सिंस वाटर इज रिलेटेड टू लाइवलीहुड ऑफ द पीपुल, लोग वहां पे अपना वाटर का जो राइट है वो कहीं भी छोड़ने को कोई भी तैयार नहीं होता है। So let's understand what is an interstate river. So basically, by definition, if I can explain, any river basin is said to be an interstate river basin if its drainage area is in more than one state and river finally outfalls in an ocean or big water body. So two important aspects: rivers should be flowing to more than one state and its outlet should be an ocean or a big water body. These two aspects needs to be confirmed. And tributary or sub tributary of this particular river will also be an interstate river. So for example, if I can show you in this map, so yeah, so here is the main Ganga river. It is flowing originating from Uttarakhand and it is flowing through heart of the Uttar Pradesh and going to the Bihar. So all the rivers joining this Ganga river from like here to here or here to here, all will be the interstate river. Even if a small river is like, if I can say that if a river is just started from this is a MP, actually this is a MP border, बहुत ही छोटा है, मे बी आपको प्रॉपर्ली दिख नहीं रहा होगा। एंड यहाँ पे भी अगर कोई एक रिवर ज्वाइन कर रही है वो MP में ही फ्लो कर रही है, स्टिल वो भी इंटरस्टेट रिवर होगी क्योंकि वो कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही है किसी एक उसकी ट्रिब्यूटरी को, देन फर्दर वो ट्रिब्यूटरी जाके मेन गंगा में मिल रही है। सो इन अ वे आपको ये चीज अंडरस्टैंड करना जरूरी है कि भले से आप जिस रिवर पे प्रोजेक्ट को प्रपोज कर रहे हो, पहले आप उसको देखना है कि वो नेक्स्ट उसकी वो कहाँ पे ज्वाइन कर रही है। अगर वो किसी रिवर में ज्वाइन कर रही है देन आपको उस रिवर को चेक करना है वो फर्दर किस रिवर में जा रही है। सो बेसिकली आपको प्रोजेक्ट प्लानिंग स्टेज में ही आपको इस पूरे जो रिवर नेटवर्क है उसका आइडिया होना चाहिए, देन ओनली आप अंडरस्टैंड कर पाओगे कि इसमें कोई इंटरस्टेट इशू आएगा या नहीं आएगा। सो यस, जो भी जो रिवर डेफिनेशन है, बेसिकली एनी रिवर एसोसिएटेड विद दिस इंटरस्टेट रिवर बेसिन विल बी इंटरस्टेट रिवर। एंड जो अप्रेजल मैंडेट है आपको अप्रेज करवाने का प्रोजेक्ट का, वो यही है कि if you are proposing any project on an interstate river basin, you need to submit it to the like concerned authority or Central Water Commission. Like in the case of Kaveri, I think CWMA has been constituted, and you have to submit your project to the CWMA. They will appraise it, or they will send to the Central Water Commission for the appraisal aspect. So yes, I think I have already explained you जो कॉमन क्लेम है, क्लेम यही है कि रिवर मेरे स्टेट में ही ओरिजिनेट हो रही है, मेरे स्टेट में फ्लो कर रही है, दैट इज वाई इंटरस्टेट इशू नहीं है। एंड यस, मैंने एक एग्जांपल भी आपको लिखा हुआ है इसमें, कुंडा रिवर है जो कि तमिलनाडु में ओरिजिनेट होती है एंड भावनी रिवर में जाके मिलती है। बेसिकली वो एक ट्रिब्यूटरी है भावनी रिवर की, and then Bhavani river itself tributary है Kaveri river की. That is why all three river will be an interstate river. So फिर intrastate river क्या है? अब intrastate river का definition simple है. First condition is that only it should be flowing in a particular state. First condition. But second condition ये है कि the outfall of that particular river should be a ocean or a big water body. So it should be flowing in a particular river, particular state only, and its outfall should be a ocean or a big water body. Then only you can call it a intrastate river. And some of the example of interstate river is Savitri river and Ulhas river in Maharashtra, Netravati in Karnataka, Vaigai in Tamil Nadu. So these all rivers are originating in that particular state and just outfall into the ocean or like lake or big water bodies. So after understanding this interstate and intrastate river, let us understand what are the different core trigger points through which a water dispute arises. And basically all these points आपको consider करने हैं जब आप प्लानिंग कर रहे हो पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट की, बिकॉज बहुत ही स्मॉल पॉइंट है, मे बी आपको लगेगा कि हाँ ठीक है इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है मेरे प्रोजेक्ट में, बट अगर आप इन पॉइंट्स को अगर आप कंसिडर करोगे अपने प्लानिंग स्टेज में, तो आई डोंट थिंक यू विल एवर फाइंड आउट इन ए वाटर डिस्प्यूट. सो फर्स्ट इज क्लाइमेट एंड डिमांड. सो वी ऑल नो दैट climate is continuously varying, and due to which rainfall pattern is varying, and demand is also arising along with this only, because population increase and agriculture demand is increasing, industrialization due to industrialization the demand is increasing for industry, and due to all these increase in demand, more water allocation is being sought by different states. So for example Bangalore city. तो बेंगलुरु सिटी एक ओनली सिटी ही है, ठीक, बट ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम ये एक मेगा सिटी बन गई, बहुत ज्यादा आईटी के लिए हब बनी और डिमांड इसका स्पेशली बढ़ता चला गया. सो राइट नाउ देयर इज ए स्पेशल डिमांड फॉर बेंगलुरु सिटी ओनली. So earlier, whenever the water dispute was going on between Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and all other states, so earlier that time it was not considered, because it was a small city. There was no such demand for the Bangalore city specifically. But right now they are demanding for that particular city only. So if the demand is increasing, then dispute is increasing, because state after some time I will explain all these points, why all these things is important, like why demand is important, why population is important, why agriculture is important. Even if a river like flowing in a particular state and having all the water in a particular state only, but if it is an interstate river, the downstream state has like a right, kind of a right, if it has a population, if it has a good CCA, if it is a arid region. So सिर्फ इस पे नहीं डिपेंड करेगा कि वो पानी सारा इस स्टेट में ही फॉल हो रहा है, दैट इज वाई उस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट का है, वो इस पे भी डिपेंड करेगा कि क्या उसके यहाँ उसका यूटिलाइजेशन है कि नहीं है, क्या उसका डिमांड है कि नहीं है. Then second is upstream interceptions. So ये one of the basic dispute का होता है basis, because a river is flowing from one state to another state. The upstream state has proposed a one project, and downstream state always gets this apprehension that they will store more water, and for that particular downstream state the water will not be available. So this is a basic one of the like apprehension of the downstream state. There are some case example, like in the case of Narmada river, earlier in 1970s or something, Madhya Pradesh proposed a project to construct on like Maheswar and Harinfal dams on the Narmada river, and they will also get in. They had also had the agreement with the Maharashtra to jointly construct a Jal Sindhi dam over the Narmada river. And here you can see that in this map, this is Narmada river, Narmada basin. Sorry. So this is Narmada basin here, basin number 12. So river is originating from here, and it is flowing towards the Arab Sea. So this area is Madhya Pradesh, this area is Madhya Pradesh, and this is Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. So MP proposed projects on these locations, 3 locations they have proposed the project, and Gujarat, being a downstream states, opposes this because they were apprehensive about that MP will utilize most of the water and they will not have a water for agriculture. Yes, so this was objected by the Gujarat. So next is downstream submergence. So suppose you are a downstream state, a river is flowing from one state to another state, and you are a downstream state, and you are proposing a project in your area. So we all know that while going for a new project, there are like limited number of sites where you can propose a dam or a barrage. So most of the time these sites are in the hilly region and in the near the state boundary. So downstream state is proposing a project in his territory, but the influence of that particular project can go to the upstream, like the submergence, like backwater effect, if you have heard about this. So for example, I have given example like Polavaram project. So Polavaram project is proposed in the like it is under construction in Andhra Pradesh, and the backwater of that particular project is going up to the Chhattisgarh. So the upstream state is being here affected. So they demand basically compensation for that or demand some benefit from that particular project. So there are numerous examples in which the upstream project, upstream state has raised this issue that the downstream state is proposing a project which will affect our like population, and they will have to compensate for it. For example, Samakka Sagar also is one of the projects where Telangana may cause the backwater effect in the Chhattisgarh. So this arises a new type of issues. In Polavaram case, Chhattisgarh has filed a case with the ministry, and in CWC we have analyzed this all aspect, and we have told them that as of now we don't have to like give the Andhra Pradesh like for the, like Andhra Pradesh don't have to give any compensation for that, because the apprehension of Chhattisgarh is that they want to study like the backwater effect is for different return period flood. So if you are assessing it for 100-year return period flood, or if you are assessing it for PMF or 500-year return period flood, the backwater will go on further upstream. So if Chhattisgarh is demanding that the study should be done for the 500 return-year flood, so due to which the more area will be submerged in Chhattisgarh, and based on that they are demanding that you need to compensate more. So, but as of now, it has not been agreed, and I think the backwater study is done for only 100-year flood. The next is benefit and cost sharing. So this is one of the aspects, like two states had agreed to construct a project, and the next thing comes is that the benefit sharing. So one state basically, one of the example is Kesau project, which is a national project. It is under appraisal only. It is proposed in the Himachal Pradesh or Uttarakhand border only. So this is a national project, and most of the funding will be done by the government of India. But still, they have issue with respect to cost sharing. So Himachal Pradesh is saying that we don't have much money, so like we cannot contribute to the construction of this project. So and Uttarakhand is not agreeing on that, because they want that if you are sharing the benefit, you should share cost also, which is logical. But sometimes state is not able to like participate in a way because they don't have actually money. In earlier, like अगर हम 70s 80s की बात करें, उस टाइम एक्चुअली में स्टेट के पास इतने फंड नहीं होते थे कि वो कंस्ट्रक्ट करा सकें प्रोजेक्ट्स को खुद से ही. So at that time, most of the cost is beared by the government of India, but some states at that time also they were in good position to spend. So all these like cost sharing and benefit sharing are related. Like फिर bargaining start होती है इस चीज पे कि if you are not able to share the cost, you should share the benefit. At least your benefit will be reduced. But again, the state will not agree, because once they agreed on that their benefit will be reduced, it is all related to politics. So basically, नेक्स्ट टाइम जो गवर्नमेंट आएगी उस स्टेट में ये बोलेगी कि आपने सीड कर दिया अपना डिमांड ही, एंड जो आपको पानी मिल सकता था, बेनिफिट मिल सकता था उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट से, वो आपको नहीं मिल रहा है. सो वो अगेन वो इशू डिस्प्यूट में चला जाता है, तो वो रिजॉल्व नहीं होता है. दैट इज वाई क्या होता है कि वो प्रोजेक्ट ही स्टॉल हो जाएगा. सो मैं जिस प्रोजेक्ट का एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ केसाऊ, वो प्रोजेक्ट मुझे लगता है आई थिंक 20 साल हो चुके हैं उस प्रोजेक्ट को प्लान किए हुए. देयर आर वेरियस प्रोजेक्ट जो कि पिछले 30 साल से पेंडिंग है इस वजह से, खाली क्योंकि उस पे जो डिस्प्यूट है वो रिजॉल्व नहीं हो पा रहे हैं कभी भी. जो डिमांड है स्टेट की वो फुलफिल नहीं हो पा रही है, वो अपना वाटर शेयर नहीं करने को तैयार हैं, एंड दैट इज वाई फिर वो डिस्प्यूट जाते हैं, किसी कमेटी को बैठाए जाएंगे या फिर देन ट्रिब्यूनल में जाएंगे उसको रिजॉल्व करने के लिए. सो एक केस एग्जांपल कॉस्ट शेयरिंग का है, लेकिन समटाइम्स वो रिजॉल्व भी हो जाते हैं. लाइक इन वन ऑफ द केस ऑन सोन रिवर, MP, UP and Bihar agreed to construct a dam, jointly construct a dam, and this was done through a Bansagar agreement, which was done in 1973. So at that time they agreed on something, and that is why that particular project was kind of constructed, and right now it is in operation phase. So next is incomplete conveyance system. So even if states agreed on sharing the benefit needs to be shared through a conveyance system, because the dam will be constructed in a particular state only, and the other state has to get the water through a means of conveyance which will be provided by a state in which the dam is constructed. So for example, a classic example is Punjab and Haryana. So through the Ravi Vyas agreement, Haryana was supposed to get some quantity of water through the Punjab. But as of now, the agreement was signed in 1953, and 1980 the things was completed. But till now, Haryana is not getting the water, because Punjab is saying that they don't have water. I will explain all this again. And they have not completed the conveyance system. So there was a Satluj Jamuna link canal, which was supposed to constructed in Punjab and Haryana. Haryana constructed their part, but Punjab did not completed the main conveyance system. And till now, they are not able to get the water. Haryana is not able to get the water. So this again creates an issue. Even if you are agreeing on sharing benefit, but if the conveyance system is not properly constructed, it is very difficult to get the water, and the issue will again arise. Next is operation and regulation control. So sometimes it happens like that dam is constructed in one state and being operated by another state. There are several case examples of like that. So one of the example is Messenger Dam, which is in Jharkhand, constructed in Jharkhand. The whole submergence area is in Jharkhand, but it is being operated by the West Bengal, because all the benefit, most of the benefit is taken by the West Bengal. Or also this particular project was constructed in late 80s or something. So at that time there was no Jharkhand. So it was Bihar, but since West Bengal was one of the developed state compared to Bihar, so they have all the administrative and engineering power to manage that particular project. So they take that operation and regulation part. But as of now, Jharkhand is not comfortable with this, because if the dam is constructed in my state, I want to have that particular operation control or regulation control, so that whenever I wish to have that my share of that water, I should get it. This is all about the apprehension, because there is water is such a thing that you cannot have 100% satisfaction over anything. If you have signed an agreement or tribunal have given a judgment, until and unless you get your water, you cannot be 100% assured that you will get the water. that is why there is apprehension, and that is why all these based on the apprehensions only. Even if everyone is following the rule, even if everyone is just accepting the agreement and moving on, they will not there will not have any dispute. But it is all about the apprehension only. So next is excess utilization. So suppose water is divided, like through agreement or through a tribunal order. Water is divided, and you have located a certain amount of water, and you are in upstream, and the suppose a downstream state is saying that you are using more than your allocated water. This is happening in many cases in the southern India, because whenever you are proposing a project. So before explaining this, I just want to explain you that all the water assessment is done at the 75% dependable flow. So 75% dependable flow is that in every 4 years there is a chance that in at least in 3 years there will be that much amount of the water. This is a 75% dependable flow, and all the agreement, all the assessment in whole over India is done at 75% dependable flow. So suppose state assessment has been done, and 100 MCM has been proposed to a particular state. So what they are saying as of now, that we are proposing a project at 50% dependable flow. That means 50% in 50% dependent flow, what will happen, that the 100 MCM water will come out to be a 120 MCM or 130 MCM, because only 50% probability that that particular amount will come. Because I don't think I am able to explain it as of now. Let me try again. So it's all about the probability only. If you want to have more probability, like if you want to be 100% sure about that is this amount will come, that particular amount will reduce. And if you are going towards like 10%, 20% probability, the amount will be huge, because it's had only 10% chance to come. So now now states are proposing 50% dependability projects. Some of the states like in Rajasthan only, they have proposed 50% dependability flow. For that 50% dependability flow, they want to construct a bigger reservoir, because the 50% amount will be more. So now if you are proposing a bigger reservoir, the downstream states will be apprehensive about it, because if you construct a bigger reservoir, you can store more water, and there is a chance that they will not get their share. So it's all about the excess utilization. So I have given some example, like Puravaram Bankachara link project in Andhra Pradesh. In this, Andhra Pradesh is diverting some amount of water with different dependability flow through a link canal system, and it is being challenged, because there is a probability that you may use more than the allocated water in that particular agreement. The next is claiming unutilized quota. So this is kind of like if you can say that the basically the different state का budget है, it is not same. Like all states are different. They have their capability of constructing a project. So for example, in Son River, there are 4 states. Son River is flowing from starting from Chhattisgarh, flowing through MP, UP, and joining in Ganga in the Bihar. So Uttar Pradesh has utilized its share. Like this river, the whole river water is divided in all these states. Uttar Pradesh has utilized its share, which is around 1.25 MAF, and it is demanding more water by saying that there is more water available in the river, and it is just because that the upstream state has not utilized this water. So they are claiming that the water is going waste. I can utilize that, and I can propose a project. But the upstream state, which has not utilized that particular water due to any reason, due to the financial constraint or due to the location constraint, will not agree. Because if they are agreeing on something, it will be like they are reducing their share. So states generally don't agree on that. Even if I am not utilizing my water, I will utilize in future, and I cannot give you that particular amount. So it is like we have received such projects in which the project proponent is saying that the downstream state or upstream state is not utilizing his share, and I have this much excess amount of water, and I am proposing a project on that. तो स्टिल वो रॉन्ग ही है, क्योंकि वो अगेन हमें पूछना पड़ेगा उस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट से जो यूटिलाइज नहीं कर रहा है कि एक्चुअली में वो एग्री करता है कि नहीं उस चीज पे. सो आफ्टर ऑल दीज पॉइंट्स लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड रिजॉल्व कैसे करते हैं अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट रेज होता है, जो पिछले हमने सारे पॉइंट्स एड्रेस किए. रिजॉल्व करने के लिए हमारे पास बेसिकली दो मेथड हैं. बेसिकली फर्स्ट तो क्या होता है कि अगर सपोज कोई स्टेट इस चीज पे मतलब केस लेके आता, सबसे पहले वो क्या करेगा कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को एक रिप्रेजेंटेशन देगा. सिंस ये दो स्टेट के बीच की बात है, तो जनरली वो ट्राई करते हैं आपस में भी रिजॉल्व करने का कि हाँ ठीक है, उस दूसरे स्टेट को अपना लेटर भेजते हैं. बट होता क्या है कि अगेन जिसके साथ डिस्प्यूट है वो इतनी आसानी से तो मानने वाली बात नहीं है. अगर वो मान जाते हैं तो डिस्प्यूट होता ही नहीं. तो उस केस में क्या होता है, दे फाइल कंप्लेन विद द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट यूजुअली कॉन्स्टिट्यूट अ कमेटी व्हिच इज headed by a member or chairman level post by Central Water Commission, and the committee had member from the 30 states, and they usually discuss on that dispute, and if it is possible that committee may recommend something, and अगर वो स्टेट एग्री कर जा रहे हैं देन डिस्प्यूट रिजॉल्व हो जाता है. बट मोस्ट ऑफ टाइम ऐसा नहीं होता है, क्योंकि अगेन नेगोशिएशन उतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं रहा है कंट्री में, बिकॉज ऑल स्टेट हैव एप्रीहेंशंस, एंड इफ एंड इसके पीछे पॉलिटिकल भी इशू है. होता क्या है कि अगर कोई स्टेट एग्री कर जाता है किसी चीज में, कंसीड कर जाता है, तो जो अपोजिशन पार्टी होती है उस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट की, वो अगेन सेम इल्जाम लगाती है जो रूलिंग पार्टी है कि आपकी वजह से हमारा पानी चला गया पूरे स्टेट का और हमारे स्टेट के लोग अब प्रॉब्लम में रहेंगे. सो दैट इज वाई कोई भी स्टेट एग्री नहीं करता है अनटिल अनलेस जब तक वो सारे जितने भी ऑप्शंस हैं उसको एक्सप्लोर ना करने, because there are certain options after this negotiation also. So if it is resolved through the committee, then usually they signed an agreement, and in that particular agreement all the things will be mentioned, like how much amount of water will get which state at which time, all other things. Then committee usually बेसिकली असेसमेंट किया जाता है वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी का, जो कि एक हाइड्रोलॉजिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारे यहाँ HSO, जो होल बेसिन का अगेन असेसमेंट करता है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट असेसमेंट दे आल्सो कैलकुलेट द यूटिलाइजेशन, लाइक करंट यूटिलाइजेशन एंड द फ्यूचर यूटिलाइजेशन बाय द डिफरेंट स्टेट, एंड बेस्ड ऑल दीज थिंग्स यूजुअली कमेटी रिकमेंड करती है कि ठीक है, ये इतना अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर दिस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट को मिलना चाहिए, एंड देयर आफ्टर दे साइन द एग्रीमेंट एंड थिंग्स मूव आउट. इसका एग्जांपल है, अभी हमने रिसेंटली में ही बिहार और झारखंड के बीच में एक रिजॉल्व किया है, सोन वाटर का ही है. बेसिकली जब बांसागर एग्रीमेंट साइन किया गया था, इट वाज इन 1973, एंड एट दैट टाइम देयर वाज बिहार, MP एंड बिहार, MP and UP. There are only 3 states, but after 2000 2 more states come out, like Chhattisgarh and the Jharkhand. So the share of Bihar was to be divided in between Bihar and Jharkhand. So, but Bihar was not agreeing on that. So this issue was raised by the Jharkhand, and the committee was constituted last year only. And last year they give a report, and the whole water which was like supposed to be given to Bihar was divided in 2 parts. So certain amount of the water was given to Jharkhand, and certain amount was water given to the Bihar. So again, it was not just agreed in the committee itself, it was agreed politically before, because there is a zonal council. The zonal council is basically an interstate council in which disputes are resolved related to anything. It's not only related to water. Any interstate dispute is a constitutional provision. Basically, the council is headed by the Honorable Home Minister of India, and in which the chief minister are the members. So it was agreed on that particular general council meeting. Chief minister agreed that we are accepting this offer, And based on that, committee finalized this and the agreement was signed. So if it is resolved through the negotiation, then it's okay. If not, then it will go to the tribunal. So tribunal is like a semi-judicial body. It is also a kind of a body which is constituted under Article 262. There is an Interstate River Water Dispute Act, which was enacted in late 50s or 60s, and this act provides constitution of a tribunal. So tribunal is that there will be a judicial member, and judicial member will be supported by assessors. Assessors are basically engineers which provide a technical input to judicial member, and whole assessment is done by these judicial members, assessor, and based on their recommendation, judicial member divide the water. So, but it is a lengthy process. It's so lengthy that, for example, Kaveri dispute arises in 1980s, and it was finally resolved in 2018. So the whole 38-year was waste. There were, अगर कोई भी dispute arise हो जाता है और सब judice हो जाता है, tribunal के पास पहुंच गया, you cannot construct a project. That is why it is important that you should plan accordingly. You should think properly about the interstate aspect, because if it is goes to tribunal or if it go to a committee, there will be a no project at all, because sub judice matter में आप project construct कर ही नहीं सकते हो until unless आपको special permission नहीं मिलती है tribunal से. So you can see that as of now 9 tribunals have been considered and only 5 has given their award, and 4 are still ongoing. One of the measure is Ravi Vyas Tribunal. It is going on since last 40 years. The tribunal is going on. There is no judgment at all, because again this is very slow process, and data availability, like data availability is one of the major issue, because states generally don't share their data, and even if the tribunal give the award, they still have chance to go to the Supreme Court. Although as per the act, the award of the tribunal is a Supreme Court decree. That means you cannot challenge it in the Supreme Court also. But again, we have certain power with the Supreme Court through which it can accept the proposal. Like in the case of Kaveri itself, after the tribunal award, the state goes to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court again takes 1 year to resolve this and give their judgment. So this is the most tedious process and most I can say that सबसे खराब प्रोसेस है पूरे प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल का, क्योंकि अगर ये चीज यहाँ पहुंची है, दैट मीन्स वी हैव फेल्ड द सिस्टम. We are the engineers. We have to plan these projects in such a manner that the issue should not arise, because at the end, purpose of planning, like purpose of constructing a project is a development in that particular basin or in particular state. And if you are not able to do that, that means you have failed the system. So दैट इज वाई ये इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जितने भी ट्रिगर पॉइंट मैंने आपको एक्सप्लेन किए, उसको आपको जब भी प्लानिंग स्टेज में, जब भी आपको मौका मिलता है कि कैसे प्लान करना है प्रोजेक्ट्स को, आप उस पॉइंट्स को देखें, एक बार जस्ट क्वेश्चन करें कि वेदर दिस इज एप्लीकेबल टू मी और नॉट. जस्ट चेक दैट, एंड इफ यू फाउंड दैट कि यस इट इज एप्लीकेबल टू मी, so just write that point in this particular chapter. I will explain how to write that chapter, what you have to consider, but just check these points. So suppose if a dispute has gone to a tribunal, then let's understand how we divide this water. What are the principles based on which the water is divided? So I have listed some principle, like first is the Harmon doctrine. Basically it is related to absolute territorial sovereignty. That means upstream state basically has all the absolute right to all the water within its territory. That means suppose a river is flowing, for example Narmada river. Narmada river originates in MP, Amarkantak, and the river flows through the MP, and then sometimes it go to the Maharashtra and thereafter Gujarat. So MP can claim that all the water is which is in their territory can be utilized by MP only. But it's not true because there are various other aspects which I will explain later. So basically इसको reject किया गया है, इस principle को अभी तक माना नहीं जाता है इंडिया में. The second is absolute territorial integrity. That means in this case, downstream state says that I have all the right to use that water, which is coming into my territory, and upstream state cannot construct anything. There are certain examples of this also, that downstream state is claiming that you cannot construct upstream because this water should come to me because I have historical utilization. Because this is for example, you can understand it like that. Suppose a river is originated in Jharkhand and it is flowing to West Bengal. Since Jharkhand is comparatively poor to the West Bengal, and West Bengal has all the infrastructure and it has constructed all other things. So West Bengal can demand that Jharkhand cannot use water because I have already constructed many things and I have all the right to use that water. Jharkhand cannot use that water. It is possible. There are certain cases. Next is prior appropriation. So again, first in time, first in right, protect established irrigation system. So this was the one of the case. Like yes, it is agreed. Like if you have constructed a project earlier before the sharing of that water, you will get some weightage. But it's not like that you will get all the water. You will get some weightage. The next is equitable apportionment. Basically, this is the main important principle based on which the water is divided. It is globally and domestically accepted, and the tribunal generally gives award based on this principle. So next is Helsinki rule. Basically, Helsinki rules. There was a convention in Helsinki, and in 1966. Different countries were participated. India is one of the countries which participated this convention, and in this convention, basically, agreement was drawn based on which, there are some articles, hence rules and articles which were given in this convention, and based on which generally we do the water sharing between the states. Next is equity, not equality. So water sharing never done like that 50% share will be given to one state and 50% to other state. It is based on the equality. So basically, they have to consider all the aspect like balancing the multiple geographical and socio-economic variables in both states. Then only they will divide the water, and it may come out to be 50-50%, but it will not be like that without considering all the aspect. They have just divided the water in, like 50% given to one state and 50% for the other state. Next is hydrological contribution. Yes, it is one of the aspect to be considered, because if a particular state is getting more rainfall, like the yield of that particular interstate river is more in a particular state, this will be given more weightage. So basically, suppose Narmada river is flowing from MP to Gujarat, but more than 90% water is coming Narmada from the MP only. So yes, MP will be given weightage, but it all like it is weightage, not the absolute term, because if 90% water is coming to the MP from in Narmada from MP only, it will not like that 90% water will be given to the MP. Next is drainage area. Yes, it is physical catchment, like how much percentage of catchment is in a particular state. So this is one of the factor in which basically we will consider that if a drainage area is more in a particular state, it will get more water compared to the other state. Next is CCA. So this is interesting point. Actually, CCA is related to the irrigation. Now, even if a state has not like large drainage area in a particular basin, or it has not a large hydrological contribution in that particular basin, but if it has a large CCA dependent on that particular river, it will get more water. I will show you one example in which this was done by the tribunal only. Then the dependent population, yes, if a population is more, for example, I have already given you the example of Bengaluru city. So yes, if population has increased, demand has increased for Bangalore city, then Karnataka obviously will get more water in its share. Next is drought prone area. So yes, it is one of the aspect which is considered right now, and even if the contribution from contribution from a particular basin is not from a particular river. For example, Ravi Vyas. So Ravi Vyas, the whole Ravi Vyas basin is flowing through the Punjab, Haryana, and Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh. But even if Rajasthan is not a basin state, it is getting a water because Rajasthan doesn't have any option to get the water because it is an arid region. It has around 20 millimeter rainfall in whole year. So it has been given water from the Ravi Vyas Tribunal. So here we can understand like how the water is divided through a like a case study of Narmada Water Dispute Tribunal. So it is the actual tribunal which was constituted for dividing the Narmada water, and thereafter actually it was given more than 45 years ago. The award was given more than 45 years ago. So the basin state in this Narmada dispute are MP, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan. So there is around 28 MF water is available in Narmada basin at the 75% dependability. So the conflicted claim was that MP claimed that around 99% of the Narmada water is coming from MP only, because MP receives more rainfall and it has more catchment area in that basin. So it claimed that 99% water is coming from my state, so I will get more than 90% of the water. But Gujarat is claiming that it has massive share of CCA. Basically, Gujarat, the irrigation was more developed in the Gujarat at that time, and they were dependent on the Narmada water. So it was claiming that I need to have more water for which is a system which is already been developed. It should not be like devoted from the water. And Rajasthan, yes, Rajasthan also claimed it needs water for its drought prone Barmar and Jalore district. So although Narmada actually does not flow through the Rajasthan, it's one of part of the catchment is coming in the Rajasthan, only part of the catchment, and actually it did not receive a water also. But since when we derive the catchment area, it is just based on the risk. So basically, all the from all those points from which a water can come to a river is considered as the drainage area. So yes, Rajasthan is a small portion of the Narmada catchment, but it does not contribute hydrologically much. But still, it claimed that it needs water for its drought-prone region. So tribunal was constituted and tribunal given its award. And yes, out of 28 MF, MP gets the maximum amount of water, 18.25 MF. But you can see that here, even if it was like it has the largest catchment and maximum hydrological contribution to that river basin, but it still gets 18.25 MF only. And Gujarat, which has the like one of the least hydrological contribution to the river, get 9 MF water. It is purely based on the CCA only, because Gujarat has large CCA, which was dependent on the Narmada water. It gets the 9 MF water. Rajasthan also get the 0.5 MF and Maharashtra 0.25 MF. So what are the legal rationale behind this? The rejection of the absolute sovereignty. Tribunal formally rejected the MP claim that it owned the water simply because the rain fell on its territory. The need-based allocation was given to Gujarat because there was a need for irrigation, and human need was given the priority in case of the Rajasthan because drinking water is most essential, and that is why Rajasthan was given 0.5 MF. So after completing all this thing, I think we have this important slide, like why we need to have this like interstate angle, we need to appraise the project. And sorry, million acre feet. It is like if you convert it, like multiply it with by 1.23 something, it will get into the BCM, million cubic meter. Around 1 MAF is around 1233.3 MCM, if I am not wrong. You may check this. But I think it is 1233 MCM, 1 MAF. एक्चुअली हमारे यहाँ दोनों सिस्टम है, हमने ब्रिटिश भी लेके बैठे हुए हैं, हम लोग एसआई भी लेके चलते हैं, सब कुछ चलता है। तो सदर्न स्टेट में जनरली एमएएफ है यहाँ तक, बट इधर हम लोगों ने एमसीएम और बीसीएम स्टार्ट कर दिया। बट सदर्न क्या मतलब 80s 90s तक हम लोग इसमें ज्यादा वर्क करते थे, एमएएफ पे और इन सब चीजों पे। बट आई थिंक ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम हम लोग अब इसमें आ गए एमसीएम और बीसीएम के सिस्टम में, मिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर और बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर, बिकॉज अब भी जो भी हम लोग एनालिसिस करते हैं सीडब्ल्यूसी में सारी चीजें एमसीएम एंड बीसीएम के टर्म में ही दी जाती हैं, क्योंकि जितने भी अब मॉडल बनते हैं उसमें जनरली हम लोग एसआई यूनिट को फॉलो करते हैं, एंड इट इज मोर इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड द क्वांटम ऑफ वाटर। Okay, so yes, the primary goal is to ensure that project on interstate river do not adversely affect the water rights, uses and interest of the riparian state. So whenever you submit a project to the Central Water Commission or authority like CWMA, they go through all the aspect like design and all. Then when they go to the interstate aspect, they have to check like if you have proposed this project within the agreement or not, if you have considered all the aspect like riparian uses or not, if your project is obstructing someone else interest, like if you're proposing a dam on just boundary of a state, and it may get the submergence area may get to the upstream. All the trigger points which I have explained is checked here. That is the main reason for the interstate appraisal, and it also help in the proactive dispute prevention. So suppose you miss one of the point and you propose a project during the appraisal, it will get checked and it will get resolved. So appraisal basically prevents the dispute. It is one of the dispute prevention technique, which is also being proposed in a new amendment bill is being brought, Interstate Water Dispute Amendment Bill, in which the appraisal is going to be mandatory aspect. As of now, yes, you have option. We cannot say the option, but generally we found that in case where the state wants the central funding, in case they wants the funding from the World Bank or ADB or something, they usually come to the CWC for appraisal, because without CWC appraisal, you cannot get a central fund or the fund from the outside. But in case there are some projects which are being constructed without the appraisal from the central government, and in that case, states thought that they have the money, they don't need approval from anyone. But there is a legislation which is under drafting, and most probably it will come around this year only. After this, it will be mandatory to have the appraisal from Central Water Commission with all the like any project on interstate river. Like even if you are planning for a small project of drinking water or any other things, you need to have this appraisal from Central Water Commission. Basically, it will prevent the dispute and it will help in a way states only, because suppose you didn't bring a project to Central Water Commission and you go on to construction, take, and thereafter a riparian state, a downstream or upstream state comes to Central Water Commission that they have constructed a project which is harming my interest, then we have no choice to constitute a committee and stop that particular construction. So yes, you can construct as of now, but it is advisable that you can go through the appraisal aspect. And because being in central government, we don't have any kind of we don't have any interest in that water, because center doesn't need a water. मैंडेटरी नहीं है, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं हम पार्टी बने, क्योंकि होता क्या है कि जैसे दो स्टेट आपस में एग्रीमेंट करके कुछ रिजॉल्व तो कर लेते हैं, बट अगर इन फ्यूचर कभी उसके इंटरप्रिटेशन में या उसमें प्रॉब्लम आती है, देन अगेन उनको किसी को ढूंढना पड़ता है उसको रिजॉल्व करने के लिए। फॉर एग्जांपल जो मैं आपको सोन का बता रहा था, बांस सागर एग्रीमेंट 1973 में साइन किया गया, उसमें चारों स्टेट, तीन स्टेट्स ने आपस में मिलकर ही साइन किया हुआ है, उसमें सेंटर पार्टी नहीं है। बिहार, यूपी एंड एमपी, इन तीनों ने साइन किया आपस में। अब उनको प्रॉब्लम ये आ रही है कि जब उसके ऊपर उसके इंटरप्रिटेशन या उसके एप्लीकेबिलिटी के ऊपर उन्होंने क्वेश्चन उठाया, तो उनके पास आपस में कोई सॉल्व करने का मैकेनिज्म नहीं था। तो इफ सेंटर को अगर वो पार्टी बनाते हैं उस केस में, तो सेंटर जनरली क्या करता है कि वो सेंटर के पास में आ सकते हैं एंड सेंटर उसमें मीडिएट कर सकता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी जो रिसेंट के एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं, लाइक केबीएलपी का एग्रीमेंट जो हुआ है, केन बेतवा लिंक प्रोजेक्ट का जो एग्रीमेंट हुआ, उसमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी एंड गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी ने एमपी ने साइन किया एग्रीमेंट, एंड फ्रॉम यूनियन साइड से भी एग्रीमेंट में साइन किया गया। सो बेसिकली ये ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट हुआ, सिमिलर विद द राजस्थान एमपी एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, जो मॉडिफाइड पीकेसी के लिए एग्रीमेंट साइन किया गया, उसमें भी पार्टी हैं। इवन अभी एक नया एग्रीमेंट जो बिहार और झारखंड के बीच में डिवाइड किया गया है वाटर, उसमें भी सेंटर पार्टी बन रहा है। सेंटर पार्टी अब इसलिए बनना चाहता है क्योंकि फ्रिक्वेंटली अभी डिस्प्यूट अराइज होने स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं, तो अब सेंटर चाहता है कि हमारा उसमें रहे से, जिससे हम एटलीस्ट मतलब जितने जल्दी हो सके उस डिस्प्यूट को रिजॉल्व कर सकें। बट इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी, क्योंकि पहले के एग्रीमेंट में सेंटर नहीं आना चाहता था, कभी भी पार्टी बनना नहीं चाहता था। उसके भी रीजन थे उस टाइम, क्योंकि उस टाइम मतलब डिस्प्यूट ऐसे थे कि एक होता है कि सेंटर स्टेट का रिलेशन थोड़ा डिफरेंट था उस टाइम में, एंड सेंटर के ऊपर ज्यादा बिलीव नहीं था इन चीजों को लेकर। ये था कि हाँ स्टेट बेसिकली ठीक है आपस में कर सकते हैं, एंड सेंटर चाहता भी था कि स्टेट इंडिपेंडेंटली उन चीजों को करें, और जिससे क्या हो कि उनके बीच में कोहेरेंस बने, जिससे वो मतलब होता नहीं है ट्रस्ट बना रहे उनके बीच में। बट ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम अब वो चीजें चेंज हो गई हैं काफी ज्यादा। दैट इज वाई अभी बनते भी हैं। एंड यस, आई थिंक आफ्टर दिस ईयर और सो ऑन, आफ्टर जो एक्ट पास हो जाएगा, सो सेंटर मैंडेटरी पार्टी अपने आप ही बन जाएगा, क्योंकि जितने भी रेजोल्यूशन या जितने भी एग्रीमेंट साइन होंगे, उसमें सेंटर अपने आप ही पार्टी बना रहेगा। सो यस, हम लोग इसमें थे कि दो टाइप के हमारे पास केस हैं। एक है जिसमें अवार्ड और एग्रीमेंट एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं, जिसमें एडजुकेट हो चुका है वो बेसिन, जिसमें ट्रिब्यूनल ने कोई अवार्ड दिया हुआ है उस पर्टिकुलर बेसिन में। देयर आर वेरियस बेसिन, लाइक कावेरी हो गया, गोदावरी हो गया, कृष्णा हो गया, नर्मदा हो गया, इन सब में देयर इज ए प्रॉपर अवार्ड ऑफ a tribunal, and there are more than 160 agreements. I have list of all these agreements, and all the agreements itself, it has been compiled at Central Water Commission, and there is a publication in which all these agreements are mentioned. So before going on planning a particular project, you can go through agreement related to your river, and you can find out what is what are the award or what are the water allocation has been given to you in that particular river. There are list of the agreement. I will share you that particular document. So for the first case where the award and agreement exists, so in this case the appraisal basically जो मेन एजेंडा जो है अप्रेजल का, वो वेरीफाई करना फैक्ट्स को, like whether the water utilization which is being proposed in that particular project does not exceed the total allocation of that particular state in that river basin. So suppose since जनरली जो एग्रीमेंट होते हैं उसमें कई तरीके से अवार्ड होते हैं, या तो प्रोजेक्ट वाइज अवार्ड हो जाते हैं, लाइक agreement itself defines that for this particular project you have been allocated this quantum of water, or sometimes they broadly divide the water, like in case of just I've shown the Narmada water dispute terminal. In that case they have just broadly divided the water into the state, like 28 mf of water was divided between the four states, like 9 mf was given to Gujarat, but it is not project related. So that 9 mf of water can be utilized in multiple projects. So while checking in the interstate angle, we just want to ensure that 9 mf of water from Gujarat does not exceed the current does not exceed in any way. So for that, we demand the current utilization with the state. So for each project, whenever they submit a project to the central government, for each project, we just ask them, you must provide a master plan. You must provide a master plan in which all the project which have been executed till date, or which is under pipeline, or which is planned. You should mention all those projects and corresponding their utilization. You have to share with us, and it should be approved by the highest level, that at least principal secretary or WRD or engineer in chief of the that irrigation or water source department of particular state, so that we can ascertain that the total utilization of whole state in that basin. We will know that the total utilization, and based on that we can check whether the current proposed project is will not exceed the total allocation of that state. So this is one of the aspect. Second is that in many of the agreement, there are different aspects, not only the water sharing, they also mention the cost sharing aspect. They also mention the conveyance system, like how the water will be delivered. So we will also check that that if agreement has been done for a particular project between the two states, we will check that the conveyance system or all the things has been properly proposed or not. Because if they are not properly proposed, it will be very difficult to get the water by the riparian state. For example, if we take the Ken-Betwa link project, so there is a link canal which is to be constructed between from the Daudhan dam to the Betwa river. Basically, they are linking the Ken river to the Betwa river. Now the Daudhan dam is to be constructed by the. It is located in the MP. Whole the submergence area is in the MP only. So since it is constructed by the jointly by the UP and MP and Ken-Betwa link, there is a authority also constituted for this. So we will first ensure that this link should be constructed. This link should be proposed in that overall proposal, because if it is not there, then there is no purpose of like proposing that project, because it will not fulfill the intended benefit of that agreement. So we will check that also. But then there is a second case in which there is a no award or agreement. It is generally comes in like for state of UP, Bihar, and Jharkhand, West Bengal, because they have abundant water. The Ganga basin is having large amount of water, and most of the basin or sub basin does not have any agreement at all. So in that case, if a project is proposed by one state, so we will generally share this project to the riparian state, downstream state. So what we do, that like suppose suppose Ken River earlier before signing of this Ken-Betwa link project before 2021, when a project comes on a Ken River, we usually it is a tributary of Yamuna. Then Yamuna is further tributary of the Ganga River. Whenever a project is proposed on the Ken River, we usually said with the government of UP and government of Bihar for their opinion, because they are the downstream state and they should have an opinion on that, whether the current project is acceptable to them or not. So in that case, first whenever we will share that particular project to them, or they will have around 45 days time. In that time, they can basically check and revert back. If they are not sending any comment, we assume that they don't have any issue with that, and the project got approved. So these are the two different cases. We will further deliberate on this. So yes, these are the guideline. Like there is a 2010 guideline for of CWC through which you have to prepare an interstate chapter. Basically, this guideline cover all the different aspects of the DPR. This is a particularly DPR preparation guideline only. In this, you will find out how what is to be there in a design chapter, what is to be there in the irrigation planning chapter, what is to be there in an interstate chapter. We will see this particular guideline after completion of my presentation. And in that particular guideline, you will find out list of the different questions, different annexures which you have to provide while submitting the DPR. And most of the case, we found that there is a missing chapter problem. So what happens that like around 40 to 50% cases, we have to issue a comment from interstate angle that there is no chapter of interstate. So you can understand what is the gravity of problem, that most of the time state does not think that there is an interstate issue. And that is why I have explained all those points, why it is necessary, why you have to check that there is an interstate issue or not. So most of the time, there is no chapter submitted for the interstate. So you should have interstate chapter in your DPR, while DPR, PFR, and anything, if you are submitting it for the appraisal. Even if you think that there is a no interstate aspect, you should mention that. And you have to justify that there is a no interstate aspect involved in this particular project. You have to justify that thing. Based on, like, if it is an interstate river, you can just say that this particular river is an interstate river and there is no interstate angle involved. Or you can say that, yes, I think there is only one case where you can say that there is no interstate angle involved. But even if there is an agreement, and in that agreement you have been allocated some quantity of water, you have to mention all those details, that you have been allocated, you have been awarded through this particular agreement or award, that you can construct a project, and your current utilization is not exceeding. You have to mention all these points in that particular DPR. So yeah, so this is the mandatory general information you have to provide in DPR for the interstate chapter. First, you have to provide the detail about the geographical location. Most of the time it is missing, and you may think that this is one of the basic things why I am mentioning this, but believe me, we found the DPR, like there is nothing written in the whole chapter itself. They have only mentioned that we are constructing a project on this river, and this is located in this district. अब थिंग लाइक द मेरी प्लेस पे होकर आप उसको सोचने की जरूरत है. I don't have any idea about where this project is. So if you are just mentioning that this project in this district, I cannot get that particular exact location, and I cannot ascertain the whole aspect of this interstate dispute. So we have to correctly provide the geographical location, then basin identification. Since there are numerous rivers in India, I think there are 30,000 rivers in India. River can be called, like you can call the tributary, sub-tributary, and fourth order tributary, fifth order tributary to be a river. So जो 30,000 figure है, इसी basis पे आया है कि even we are considering a sixth order tributary, उसको भी आप कोई नाम दे सकते हो, वो river है. But since आपने state में नाम दिया है, जरूरी नहीं है मेरे पास वो information हो. In central government, we don't have all those information, because India is very vast, and there are different names for a particular river only. If most of the time you found that कि whatever river you have proposed, suppose for example geographical location के लिए जब मैं बता रहा था आपको, उसमें होता क्या है कि state generally write like that we are proposing X project on a X river on this district. So first thing what we do, that we just search that particular river, because we have not provided that lat long so that we can directly go on that river. So first we will search that river on the Google, and we found that there is no such river on the Google, because the name of that particular river is different on the Google. This is happening, and you can find out the name, because the local people may call it different way, you may call it different way, and central government can call it a different way. So there is no one name of all these rivers. That is why you have to correctly mention that this particular river is a tributary of this main river, and so on. Like you have to link the main river, so which is the main river basin on which this particular project is located. The next is river classification. You have to correctly say that this is an interstate or intrastate river. Again, when you will be mentioning the linkage, it will directly give the answer of interstate river or intrastate river. Then next is political geography, and you have to show a map. The NACPANI visual documentation only, it is related to that only. So basically, you have to mention the particular map of that river, like from where the river is originating, through which state it is traveling, and where it is meeting or where it is ending. Okay. So this will give a fair picture that this will give a fair picture to you also and to us also, that if this river has any interstate issue or not, because through visual inspection only you can find out that there's going to be interstate problem or not. Second thing is water accounting. So the first thing is about the particular project. Second thing is water accounting. So for assessing interstate aspect of a particular DPR, we need two things. Two or things, I can say that. First thing is that first I need to identify that particular project, where it is, where on which river it is. Then I have to find out what is the water availability, and second thing is what is the current demand. Then based on that, I will check that whether you have that water or not, like that water is allocated to you or not. So all these things are in a way of like in a particular flow only. So yes, you have to mention in the interstate chapter about the hydrological distribution, like you have to provide like how much water is available in which catchment and from where the yield is coming. The secondly, total water requirement, you have to clearly mention the total water requirement of that particular project. Then this total water requirement should also include the different, because generally total water requirement is assessed to the irrigation planning, which I think in last 3 days you may have gone through, like but that that irrigation planning is providing only irrigation water. You have to add in that the drinking water requirement, the industrial water requirement, evaporation loss, all other things you have to add, and this will make up the total water requirement for that particular project. So we will have the hydrological, like water availability and the water requirement in both cases. The next thing is that you should have to properly mention about the different agreements. Now the agreements will come. Like now we have you have to explain like if there is an agreement on that river on which you are proposing a project or not. Like if there is an agreement, how what agreement, like how the agreement is providing you the water for that particular project, or whether it has allocated to whole state, then how you are using this water from that allocation. So next will be you have to like explain in this only, you have to explain that you are well within your limit, like allocation limit, and there will be a no interstate issue. So this will be the most important part. After explaining all the water availability, water demand, then we have to explain like, yes, the demand which I am planning through this project can be like completed within the allocated amount. Then this will be after explaining this, you have to mention some more things which are which may not be included in the agreement, because like submergence are not included in the agreement because it is project based. So you have to explain what will the submergence area and where the submergence area will lies. Like if it is lies in your state, then it's okay, but you have to mention it. Then next is project affected people, like how many people will be affected. This is one of the R&R issues which like you may heard of Sardar Sarovar Dam, and the particular dam was stuck for 20 years due to the R&R issue only, because the rehabilitation was not properly done, and due to which the project got stuck. So you have to properly mention that there is a no R&R issue, or if there is R&R issue, how you are planning to address this. It is not expected that there will be a no submergence, there will be a no R&R issue, but if it is happening, you have to address that in that particular chapter. Or even if you have not provided a solution, you can just mention that we are in the process of planning it. So we will ask further question on that aspect, and we can even provide you a solution that how you can find out a solution for that particular issue. Yes. Yeah, you have to properly mention that if your project is affecting any other state or other people of another aspect, that needs to be properly brought on. And you have to have the concurrence of the other state in that case, because again, if we go through the appraisal aspect, and if CWC is clearing it without considering this aspect, then the affected state will raise this question and your project will be stuck. Apart from this, you have to provide the existing infrastructure in that area. So why it is required? Actually, sometimes it happens like that. We found that I'm not complaining about the states. I'm just saying that we found that the same area, command area is proposed in two different projects, because they have not properly planned, and they have provided the same command area in two different projects. So it should not be like that. That is why we ask for the other nearby infrastructure you have to provide, and even you have not only the irrigation project, you have to provide the infrastructure related to the railways and other things, because their project may got stuck due to this only. So these all aspects are considered in this, because you have to take the permission. Even suppose if there is a suppose you are planning a project and it is encroaching a wildlife sanctuary or national park or something, you have to properly mention that. These all things can be brought up here, although the environment clearance is given separately by the MOEF. But if you are mentioning all these things, we can provide you a remedy, or we can suggest you something that that will help you while clearance of the project in the MOEF. In case of ERM, so this is for the new project. All other things we are discussing is for this project as well. This is applicable for the ERM project, but certain more requirement is there for the ERM projects. So in case of ERM projects, basically you have to provide the earlier clearance, because whenever ERM is that extension, innovation and modernization projects, basically after construction of a particular project, after a certain period of time, it needs modernization or renovation. So these projects also comes to the Central Water Commission for approval, because central government provide funding for those projects also. So for those projects, you have to provide the earlier clearance, in which on which basis the earlier clearance was given, so that we can compare those clearances and we can issue a new clearance. So for ERM, you have to provide this basically TSE approval. And in ERM case also, there are two scenarios. One is that you are not changing the irrigation area, or you are not changing the total utilization, you are not changing the storage. In that case, there is no separate interstate clearance required. You have to submit the interstate chapter, but we will just simply clear that, because you have not changed the basic requirement on which the clearance was given in the first instances. But if you are changing the existing utilization, suppose you have while original project was submitted, you have proposed for 200 MCM of water to be utilized in that project, but during the ERM submission, you are planning to utilize more water because of the increase in the agriculture or increase in the demand somewhere. So you are proposing more water to be utilized from that particular project. It is possible. So in that case, the separate clearance of the interstate will be required, because the scenario on which the project was approved on the first instances has been changed. So this is the procedure for unadjudicated basin. In this case, the DPR is shared with the riparian state, other state. You have a question? Okay. So in that case, the DPR will be shared with the other state, and as per 2017 guideline, the 45 days will be given to that particular state to raise a comment or share their observation. So if they have not shared any observation within the 45 days, then they will just simply clear that project. Or if they have shared a comment, like if they have raised an objection or something, that need to be addressed before the interstate clearance. And this is the point where project got stuck actually. So that is why we have always said that if your project is happening like if your project is expected to disturb, or we can say that affect the downstream state, you should first consult them. You just ask them, you should have a meeting with them, with their chief engineer, and hopefully at that time they will agree. But if you are proposing a project without consulting them, then again the downstream state have this apprehension that you have not consulted it before and you are planning something big or something like that. So in that case, project got stuck. So it is like advisable to consult the downstream state if there is a bearing on him. And yes, whenever we are sharing this DPR, we will share all the aspect of this particular project to that state. So it's not like that we will be sharing the interstate chapter. The whole DPR will be shared with that particular state, and they will have full chance to like go through all the aspect, what you are planning, what you are how much amount of water you are planning to store, how much amount of water you are planning to divert, all the things, or the cost and the infrastructure, all the things will be shared with the state. So this was still like for irrigation project. This is for the pump storage project. Many of you have like worked with the pump storage project. इसका experience है कुछ pump storage project के साथ में? Okay, I will just simply explain. The pump storage project are like that. They are hydroelectric project only. So the whole purpose of pump storage project is to like just generate the energy in the peak time, and then they have basically two reservoirs. Then one is the one is like higher elevation reservoir, which is at higher elevation, and the lower reservoir, the upper reservoir and lower reservoir. So basically they generate the water during the peak time. Then in that time the upper reservoir water will be coming down to lower reservoir, and during the night when the demand is less, they just pump back the water to the again upper reservoir. So water is just moving from upper to lower reservoir and lower to upper reservoir. So in that this particular PSP aspect, it is under the Central Electricity Authority. So appraisal of this project is done by the Central Electricity Authority, because HEP and the PSP both are coming the domain of the Power Ministry. But this project also, since it is related to the water aspect, there is a clearance for interstate angle is required. So I have just explained all these things. So for which cases the clearance is required, for which not. So basically, Ministry of Power, through its notification in last year, they have clearly mentioned that for closed loop project, I think closed loop project are those projects, basically those projects are not on any river. Basically, they have just constructed a reservoir on a hilltop, and bottom of that hill there is another reservoir. But both those reservoirs are not linked to any river or say. So they just need to fill that one time filling is required for upper reservoir. So they need water from a river, and they pump the water to the upper reservoir in first instance, and they will full the reservoir, and thereafter they will generate the water, generate the electricity after moving the water to downstream and the lower reservoir, and then pumping it back to the upper reservoir. But they need one-time filling, and for that one-time filling, the whole reservoir requires certain quantity of water. For that, they need the clearance for the interstate. But CEA through its guideline had removed certain requirement, because they think that this interstate clearance is a quite cumbersome process. But since due to the energy security requirement of this country, they have removed the requirement of having approval for interstate angle for the closed loop project. But for on-stream project, because on-stream project are those projects in which one of the reservoir will be on the river only. So one of the reservoir will be river. If I can draw something, I think you will be understood better. So there is a upper reservoir and there is a lower reservoir. So suppose a river is flowing through this, and there is a hilltop. So first reservoir upper will be here and lower will be here. So this is on-stream project. Basically, on-stream means lower reservoir is on the river only. So in that case, they will pump the water from this lower reservoir to the upper reservoir and then generate the electricity. So in this case, the requirement of interstate clearance is still applicable for certain projects. But in case of suppose they have considered a project like this is upper reservoir and this is lower reservoir and river is flowing somewhere here. So basically, they will pump water from here here to here. This is a closed loop project because there is no river involved in this. This is a closed loop between the two reservoirs. So interstate clearance is not required in this case. Interstate clearance is required on this case because your reservoir is on the river only. So in this case, also the this on-stream project. In this case, also there is a certain requirement like the project should be of more than 3,000 crore. There is a financial requirement that if a project is more than 3,000 crore, then only interstate clearance is required. Although option has been given to the project authority to approach the Central Water Commission. If they want to appraise it for the interstate angle, they can come to this Central Water Commission. So one of the classic example which I was explaining about the meeting which had undertaken under the chairman of CWC for Son River Basin. So basically, Uttar Pradesh was demanding more water from Son River Basin because they have to provide provide certain quantity of water to the pump storage project which are in the Sonbhad district of Uttar Pradesh. So all those projects were they need water which can be drawn from the Son River. So since Uttar Pradesh was utilizing its share, they were not able to provide the extra water to those pumped storage project. So that is why they brought up the whole issue of like there is excess water available and you need to distribute it. You need to give the excess water, extra water to the Uttar Pradesh so that we can give that water to a pumped storage project. So yes, pumped storage project in a way not all these pumped storage projects didn't come to Central Water Commission for approval because they were all off-stream project, off-stream closed loop project. They were there, so they didn't come to Central Water Commission. But since they had to provide one-time filling, the concerned state has responsibility to provide the water, and they have to prove that they have certain amount of water available with them to provide them. So that is why all the requirement of interstate clearance comes for the pumped storage project. So I think yes, if the chapter has to be submitted for Central Water Commission for approval, there are certain conditions they have to provide, like they have to provide the conjective loss calculation, like how much amount of water will be lost through the reservoir, what will the seepage and geological views, initial water requirement, what will the initial water requirement, and how the water, like identifying the source, because they are closed loop and somewhere else from the river, they have to provide the exact location from where they will pick up the water, and the state government permission, since the water is they should have the permission of state government to pump that water from that location. Yes, so whenever this will be proposed, we will check the like the allocated water, we will check the amount with respect to the allocated share of the particular state, and if they have the water available with them, they can provide the pumped storage project. And yes, at the end, same like in irrigation project, they have to provide the master plan, like they have this much amount of water currently under utilization and currently under plan, and we will check with this with that current utilization and future utilization with their allocated share, and if water is available with them, solely we can approve with the interstate aspect that they can provide the water to pumped storage projects. So that's it. This is all related to different aspect of interstate, like for the irrigation project and the pump storage project. आपके पास कुछ क्वेश्चन हो तो हम डिस्कस कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज आई कैन डिस्कस सम मोर लाइक व्हाट आर द गाइडलाइन एंड ऑल अदर थिंग्स. या ओके. Dispute resolution, I think this slide. Okay, interesting. So you were asking about how the dispute resolution is done. Okay, so as of now, there is a no fixed system for this, because there is a one system which is clearly mentioned in the Interstate Water Dispute Act. So in this Inter-Water Dispute Act, it is clearly mentioned that whenever a dispute arises between the two states, the party state, any of the state, can approach central government for constitution of a tribunal. Then it is up to the central government that they directly go with the constitution of tribunal, or they can constitute a negotiation committee. So it's like that. It is made in such a way that it's not like every time a state is not happy with the other state and it can drag it to the court. It should be not like this, because most of the time if it happens like that. Suppose you don't want to develop a particular project in a particular state, so you can just go to the central government and ask them to start a tribunal, and due to the start of tribunal, the whole project will be stalled. So that is why central government has been given a leeway to think and to provide a solution in which manner they want. So first, they have the obligation to constitute a committee for resolving this issue. Thereafter, if the committee could not resolve this issue and they found that it should be goes to the tribunal, central government constitute a tribunal, but it takes time. In any case, it will take at least 2 to 3 years to central government to constitute a tribunal, and even it's not like the central government delaying that thing. Central government itself cannot constitute a tribunal like in one day, because the member of tribunal has to be approved by the Prime Minister, Chief Justice of India. So it's not like that they are just free and central government can send a letter and you just appoint a member. No, it's not like that. So this is a very tedious process. That is the central government always avoids to go in the tribunal. Our states should also do that, because it's not in anyone's like best way to go for this. So first instance will be the constitution of committee only. But in the upcoming bill, this process will be streamlined. This process will be clearly defined with the time frame. And that is why it is important. And this bill was earlier introduced in 2017, was passed in Lok Sabha, but got sent to got lapsed because of the dissolution of the Lok Sabha in 19. But thereafter, they are also proposing some new amendments in that bill, and this thing will be streamlined, because they want to like resolve this particular they want to provide a time frame for constitution of committee. They want to provide a time frame for that particular committee to in which time they have to educate or give their report. They want to give time frame to the tribunal so that tribunal will not sit it on for like 30-40 years. They have to give the result in 3 years. That is why we are streamlining all this process. Yes, they are defining all these timetable, and this has to be properly. Basically, I should not say that, but most of the time delay is because of judiciary only. So judicial, the chairman of the particular tribunal or member of that particular tribunal did not get enough time, or did not provide enough time to be heard. Like for example, in Manadi Dispute Tribunal, which is just started to deliberation, tribunal was constituted like 2-3 years ago, but no sitting of tribunal could take place because the chairman of the tribunal is a Supreme Court judge who has not given a time. And you cannot ask them because judges are like, they are God. So you cannot ask them to, ma'am, please have a meeting or something. No, they will not do that. That is the problem. And that is why, and the thing is that after getting the chairman post of the tribunal, they can sit as much time as they want. Ravi West tribunal judge is 85-year-old and कंटिन्यूस चल रहा है, 20 साल से बैठे हुए हैं, बढ़िया पक्ष मिलते हैं, लेवल 18 की सैलरी मिल रही है, सारी चीजें मिल रही हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. मनाएगा मीटिंग करेंगे, नहीं मनाएगा नहीं करेंगे. दैट इज लाइक दैट ओनली. दैट इज व्हाई इतने लंबे ड्रैग होते हैं ये इश्यूज, एंड स्टेट is also responsible for this because sometimes state don't want to get, they did not want a resolution, they just want a dispute because yes, this is the case. Suppose that I have some grudges against that particular state, I just don't want to construct them project, then I will want a dispute. Let's have a dispute. Better है, जब तक आप dispute नहीं resolve होगा तब तक आप नहीं बना सकते project. So this is like that only. Anything else? Okay, हम लोग कुछ और चीजें देखते हैं इसमें. These are the some guidelines or documents which you may need, and I can say, I have saved the this system. You can just copy it, or you can ask from the project coordinator. They will share you in the like portal. I think there is a portal for NWA in which they uploaded all the materials, so you can download it from there. So this is like first document is compendium of guideline for 2025. Basically, this I'm not sure it is visual. Let's say. So this is a compendium, and this summarizes all the different guidelines available for the interstate angle, and you can just go through that. You will find out what all other things you have to consider for preparing of a DPR and planning of a particular project. So I will not go through the whole document. I'm just sharing it that this thing is available, and you can just read it. You will find out it very helpful for your planning aspect. This all are available also on the Central Water Commission website. You can just search on the publication section of Central Water Commission. You will find out these documents. Like this, different aspects are clearly explained here. What is the interstate angle, dependability criteria, like on which you have to propose a project, which type of project you are planning, and what are the bearing on the interstate. And there are different annexes and different, all these things are mentioned. You have to just follow that, and you have just to, like, you have to submit all these annexes and details while submitting your DPR. So this is one of the documents. Second is DPR guideline of 2010. So this is the main guideline which is to be followed while submitting a DPR to the Central Water Commission. So this guideline basically provides what are the things should be in different chapters of the DPR. So it's not like interstate, it is whole DPR preparation guideline. So this will provide you detail like an adjust detailing. I will just show you the irrigation like interstate part. Yes, the section 3 is related to report, and in this section 3 you will find out different aspect of the DPR. You have to mention first introduction part, in which you will provide the executive summary on the details, then the physical feature, then the interstate and international aspect. So this clearly mentioned the DPR should contain a separate chapter on interstate aspect discussing details of the following important items, additional items, if any, so relevant to the project. So we have to mention the state, countries traversed by the river. It is visible or not? Let me zoom it. Then distribution of the catchment in state and yield from the catchment of that state or country concerned. Then effects of the following on the project or of the project on the following. So interstate or international agreement of the sharing of water, sharing the benefit, cost, acceptance of submergence in the upstream state or country, if any. Interstate, international education, if any. Interstate or international aspect of territory, property coming in the submergence, project affected people, rehabilitation, compensation, prior concurrence of the other countries or state where property is affected by the project should be obtained and appended in the DPR. Then existing and sanctioned project, to the extent the information on existing and sanctioned project can be obtained with the reasonable efforts. Any other aspect of the project involving the interstate and international angle. Then existing riparian use, quantum of water presently utilized, commitments for the ongoing project, plans for the future development, balance share of the state, and proposed utilization by this project. Then whether operation and regulation of the project conform to the stipulation made in the tribunal award, basically who will operate this project, who will if in a particular agreement it is mentioned that this project will be operated jointly by the two states, so you should provide this information, because you cannot like left it out that this is not an interstate issue and we need not to mention it. So in that case it will create an interstate issue, because this will not be adhering to the decision in the agreement or tribunal. Then details regarding conjunctive use of water in HEP. Yes, while giving details of the water diverted for cooling, drinking, industrial purpose, quantity diverted for such use shall be correspond to the gross requirement and accounting return flow into the river. Where there is a tribunal decision, the details of the water diverted to the cooling purpose from the project, gross quantity, and also quantity of the purpose for water use account in terms of the tribunal decision shall be stated. Basically, all the details of the tribunal award through which you have been allocated, because it is very complicated. Award is very complicated. You will find out like it is for 400, 700 pages. Awards are like that only. So it's like a judgment of a Supreme Court judge. You will find out there are 1,000-page reports. So you have to understand that report. You have to summarize it. Although I think all states have their respective team of lawyers and all, they will simplify the solution provided by the judge in the report, and you will have a simplified copy in which it is clearly mentioned that how this water will be assessed and how the division has been taken place, which quantity of water is given to this, what is the return flow. Return flow basically is that after utilization in the agricultural field and other things, there is certain quantity of water will again flow back to the river. So I think it is around 15 to 20% is considered as a return flow. I'm not very sure about this fact, but around 15-20% is considered as a return flow, because for example, if a project is of 100 MCM, so 100 MCM water is used by those project, but actually the 80 MCM water will be utilized. The rest 20 will be like again meet to the river. So while calculating the total utilization, they will minus this 20 MCM water from their utilization. They will say that this 20 MCM water is again going back to the river, which can be utilized by the downstream state. So this is the return flow concept. So you have to mention all those things also. No, there is no such basis. There is no such study as of now, but it is considered that, and no one can prove that as of now. What percentage of water will be going to the return flow? It is based on that some theoretical assumptions or something like that. It is being considered like it was done in 1960 or 70s. Some assessment was done, and based on that, they are just considering it. But in future, there may be a study about because return flow will vary depending on the type of soil, because some sandy soil have deep percolation and all those losses. So most of the water will meet to the groundwater, and further groundwater will again meet to the river at any point in the downstream of that section. So if the soil is sandy soil, then return flow may be more, or return flow considered from the city point of view also, because we all know that around I think 80% of water comes back. If you have calculated in the sewage analysis, in civil engineering, I think we used to consider around 80% of the water from the domestic water supply will come back to the system, because only 20% is get utilized. 80% will again come back as a part of sewage water. So that sewage water again will be treated and going back to the river only. So in case of Delhi, the return flow is that Delhi has been allocated certain quantity of water, and Delhi says that since Delhi is a big city, and they say that certain amount of water is again going back to the one of the nala of the Delhi to back to the Yamuna river. So yes, return flow also consider this drinking water aspect also, like normal use. Yes, but I don't think there is a one city in India that 100% utilizing its water, because in any case, if you are utilizing this water, this is an interesting question actually. If you are utilizing this water, then you have to use less, because while doing this adjudication, the tribunal has considered that you will return certain quantity of water to the river, because it is not possible to utilize 100% of water. At that time, they have considered that. Now you are saying that you will utilize 100% of your water, recycle 100% of your water, then that means you are utilizing more than what you have been given. So in that case, you have to utilize less or leave some water to the downstream state, because in the calculation they have considered that you will at least left a certain quantity of water from your city or from agricultural feed. So recycle concept is like that is a very challenging concept for a civil engineer point of view, because recycling is that all the agreement or all the tribunal award are always consider the return flow concept. So if you are doing 100% recycling, then you are basically interfering with the methodology or the assessment criteria which has tribunal have taken. So either in the new tribunal award or new agreements, you should clearly mention that you will be utilizing 100% of water. Then tribunal will consider it, and accordingly they redistribute the water. So in respect of multiple projects proposed on the Western River Indus Basin, yes, there are some different guidelines for Western River or Indus River basins, because there is a different international treaty. I have not touched upon the international aspect, because there are only few states which are affected by this international aspect. Since Indus is one of the basin in which we have obligation to use only three rivers.